When the time came for the final battle between the gods who had been born from Kronos and the great titans who had ruled before them, the Olympian lightner, Zeus, the mighty son of Kronos, stood on high and called together all the deathless gods to the heights of great Olympus. From that sacred mountain where the clouds never settle and the stars shine clearly even in day, Zeus spoke to all who were willing to listen, promising with strong words that any god who would take up arms and fight beside him against the old rulers, the powerful titans, would not lose their place or honor. He swore by the power of Olympus that each would keep their rights and roles as they had held them before, that no one would be cast away or forgotten. And more than that, he said with justice in his voice that even those gods who had lived in the shadows under the rule of Kronos, those who had not been given a seat or title among the divine, would be raised to their rightful positions if they stood with him now. It was a call for unity, for rebellion against the old order, and for the birth of something new. But this promise did not rise from ambition alone. It was Gaia, the ancient earth herself, who whispered the truth to the gods, the deep and ancient wisdom that lived in her soil and stone. She spoke to them all, to Zeus and his divine kin, telling them of the Hecatoncheires, the 100-handed ones, who had been thrown down into the darkness, hidden away by Kronos because of their wild strength. Gaia reminded them of the power that had been buried, and how that power, if brought back into the light, could turn the tide of war. She told them everything clearly, and in her words was the secret of victory. So, moved by her advice and her wisdom, Zeus and his brothers, Poseidon who ruled the seas, and Hades who governed the dark underworld, reached down into the deep places of the earth, into the dark and heavy prisons where the Hecatoncheires had been locked away, and they brought them back to the world above. They freed these stormy beings from the shadows, calling them up into the daylight once more. The Hecatoncheires, with their great arms and roaring power, became weapons of the new gods, weapons of change. For too long had the children of Kronos fought, their struggle against the Titans dragging on without end. The war had already become long and bitter, filled with pain and weariness that weighed on the hearts of both sides. The gods who had risen from Kronos, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, had battled with the Titans in a harsh and unforgiving war. It was not a war of swift victories, but of grinding, endless effort, a war where the air itself seemed to sigh from the strain. There was no joy in the battle, only the grim burden of destiny and the desire for justice. But now, with the guidance of Gaia and the strength of the Hecatoncheires, there was hope. The tide could shift. The gods could finally look forward to a day when they would no longer be locked in a struggle with their own ancestors. They could imagine a world remade, a world where the heavens were no longer ruled by the cold authority of the Titans, but by a new order, shaped by fairness and light and the strength of those who had risen from hardship. Zeus had not forgotten the pain of the past, the way Kronos had swallowed his children, the fear and sorrow that had marked the beginning of their lives. And now he stood as a leader, ready to break the chain of that sorrow. With every god who stood with him, with every divine heart that chose the future over the past, the strength of Olympus grew. And so, on that high place, with the stars above and the earth below, the gods prepared themselves for the final clash. They held in their hands the thunder and storm, the fire and force that would be needed to bring down the mighty Titans. And by their side stood the 100-handed ones, terrible in form, each with the power of many gods, each like a living storm. They had been cast away, but now they returned not as prisoners, but as the force of change. They were the answer to Gaia's wisdom, the tool that would bring balance to the heavens. And as the skies darkened with the coming battle, the gods did not tremble. They had chosen their path. They had remembered the words of Zeus and the truth spoken by Gaia. They had called forth the power of the deep places, and they would not stop until the old world was broken and a new one stood in its place. With each passing day, the battle grew closer, and in the silence before the storm, the gods stood ready, bound by promise, justice, and the light of Olympus. From high Mount Othrys, where the mighty Titans had taken their stand, came the thundering voices and the heavy footsteps of the ancient gods who had ruled before. From that lofty and shadowed height, they prepared for war, standing together in their pride and power, their will strong and unshaken. But across the vast distance rising from the holy peaks of Olympus came another force, a younger generation of gods, those who were born from the union of Kronos and rich-haired Rhea. These were the gods known for bringing good to the world, and from their shining heights they gathered their strength and rose with bitter wrath to face the old order. Both sides stood mighty and proud, and their anger burned hot with the fury of countless wrongs and ancient betrayals. For 10 long years they fought without stopping, not resting even for a day or a night. The war did not slow, and no side could find a way to win. The fighting stretched on, as endless as the sky and as deep as the earth. Each battle led only to more battle, each wound only to more pain, and the war seemed without end, the struggle locked in balance, never tipping fully toward either side. The noise of their war filled the heavens, and the earth itself groaned beneath the weight of their wrath. But change came when the great Zeus, the son of Kronos and the leader of the younger gods, gave new strength to the 3 mighty beings who had been once cast down and forgotten. These were the Hecatoncheires, the 100-handed ones who had been trapped in the dark places of the earth, bound under thick gloom and left without hope. Zeus, in his wisdom, saw their power and worth, and he gave to them the same food that nourished the gods, the sweet nectar and the life-giving ambrosia. With these divine gifts, their strength returned. Their spirits, once buried in silence and sorrow, rose again like fire stirred by the wind. As the nectar touched their lips and the ambrosia filled their bellies, they began to shine with a new power, and their eyes lit up with purpose. No longer were they the forgotten prisoners of ancient fear, but beings of storm and force ready to rise again. When their strength had returned and the divine fire in their hearts burned bright, Zeus spoke to them. With his voice, deep and strong, he called to them as children of Gaia and Uranos, the earth and the sky, reminding them of their birth and their ancient place in the order of the world. He told them of the long war that had raged between the sons of Kronos, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, and the Titans, their powerful forebears. Each day had brought new struggle, new wounds, and still the outcome was unclear. But now, Zeus said, was the time for the Hecatoncheires to rise and show their unmatched might, to bring their endless strength to the front lines of the battle. He reminded them of the kindness he and his brothers had shown, the way they had freed them from the cruel and misty darkness where they had suffered for ages, and brought them back to the light of the living world. He asked them to remember, not with bitterness, but with strength, and to let their power speak on the battlefield. And when he finished, Kotos, one of the 100-handed ones, stepped forward to answer. His voice was calm, but behind it was a deep and steady power, and he spoke not only for himself, but for all his brothers. He told Zeus that he needed no reminder of the truth, for he and his brothers already knew well the wisdom and understanding of the son of Kronos. They had seen with their own eyes how Zeus had stood against destruction and cold doom, how he had become a protector of the immortal gods, and had turned back the shadow of death that had once hung over them all. It was through Zeus's plan and his courage that they had been brought up again from the depths, out of the terrible bonds and the dark silence, back into a world where they could feel the wind and the light once more. And so, Kotos said, they would not hesitate. With steady hearts and careful thought, they would join the battle. They would fight in full strength alongside Zeus and the other gods. Their purpose was clear, and they would hold nothing back. With all their arms and all their might, they would face the Titans, not with rage alone, but with fierce determination and deliberate force. They would not falter, and they would not turn away. So Kotos finished, and his words echoed in the space between heaven and earth. And the gods, those who bring good and order to the world, those who had watched and waited and fought for 10 long years, heard his vow. They stood taller then, with new strength in their limbs and fire in their spirits, knowing that the battle had changed. For now, the 100-handed ones were with them. The war would no longer be even, no longer locked in endless struggle. A new force had risen, a force born of ancient blood and newfound hope. And as the clouds gathered and the thunder rolled across the sky, the gods prepared for the storm that would decide the fate of all things. Then all the gods who heard Zeus speak, those who had stood by watching, waiting for the right time to give everything they had, were stirred with loud approval, and their hearts were no longer quiet. Their spirits, already full of rage from the long years of struggle, now burned brighter than before, and they were filled with a new longing for battle. They were not afraid. Male and female alike, gods of sky and earth and sea, every one of them took up the cause of war. The time for waiting had passed. Now they moved as one force, stirred together into hated battle. And on that fated day, the armies rose. The Titan gods, ancient and powerful, who had once ruled the world under Kronos, prepared themselves, sharpening their strength and steeling their will. And on the other side stood not only Zeus and his brothers and sisters, born of Kronos and Rhea, but also those dreadful beings whom Zeus had raised again from the darkness of Erebos, those of overwhelming strength, the Hecatoncheires, the 100-handed ones, who had slept beneath the earth in chains until they were freed. These beings stood taller than mountains, and from each of their broad shoulders sprang 100 mighty arms. Upon their thick and solid limbs sat 50 terrible heads, each turning and glaring with war in its eyes, all fixed upon the battlefield. They did not come empty-handed. In those countless hands they held huge boulders, rocks torn from the roots of the earth, and they gripped them tightly, ready to hurl them with great force. Their strength was more than any creature could match, and their rage had waited long in the dark. Now it had its chance. Across from them, the Titans too gathered and prepared. They did not tremble. They were the old gods, proud and full of strength, and they too strengthened their ranks with courage and fury. Both sides faced one another, mighty and unmoving, and then suddenly, with a single shared cry that roared into the skies, they sprang into action. It was as if the heavens split. The sounds of their strength were terrible. The sea, endless and deep, rang out with a mighty echo. The solid earth crashed and groaned, struck again and again by the weight of their steps and the fury of their blows. Even the sky, wide and far-reaching, shook in its vast heights. Heaven itself, once calm and silent, now groaned like a living thing. The peaks of Olympus, where the gods had stood in peace, now reeled and trembled under the weight of the divine charge. The very roots of the world felt the strike. Tartaros, the deep and misty prison below the earth, far beneath where light could reach, trembled from the quaking. The sound of feet pounding, of rocks flying, of cries and crashes, reached even there. All around was noise and motion and the dreadful force of war. Both armies launched their weapons, great rocks and fiery blasts and all manner of dreadful shafts. They did not stop or hesitate. Over and over, they struck at one another, gods against gods, ancient power against new fire. Their voices rose in shouts of rage and pain and triumph, and the shouting of both sides was so loud that it echoed up to the stars themselves, into the farthest reaches of the starry sky. Then, in the middle of this terrible storm of battle, Zeus, who had until then waited, stepped forward with all his power. No longer did he hold back. No longer did he watch. His heart, filled with fury, blazed with unstoppable rage. He stood at the center of the heavens, and he brought forth all his strength, showing the full force of his power. From the height of heaven, from the throne of Olympus, he descended, and in his hands were his great weapons, the thunder and the lightning. With no mercy, he hurled bolt after bolt. His arm did not slow. The lightning flashed again and again, and the thunder rolled so loudly it shook the whole world. His blasts were terrible, filled with burning flame, and they tore through the sky like fire unleashed. The bold, burning thunderbolts came thick and fast, each one a force of its own. The flame that came with them swirled and danced, a wild and fearsome fire, wrapping the battlefield in heat and destruction. The earth, giver of life, groaned and cracked. Her wide back trembled as the fire struck. Trees and grasses and mountains were scorched, and the land itself boiled. All the forests burst into flame, the great woods crackling with loud fire as the heat rushed through them. The flames ran over the fields and hills, consuming all they touched. The rivers of Oceanus, the wide streams that flowed around the world, steamed and hissed as they were struck by the heat. Even the unfruitful sea, deep and endless, trembled and boiled on the surface. The hot vapor rose in thick clouds, wrapping the Chthonian. Titans, those of the earth, in heat and smoke. The fire licked at their limbs, the flames biting as they pressed on. There was no rest, there was no cool place, no safe ground. All the world seemed to burn, and still the battle roared. Still the gods fought. Still the Hecatoncheires hurled their stones, still the Titans struck back with force. The war shook the foundation of everything. It was a war not only of weapons and wounds, but of elements, of fire, earth, air, and water, all in chaos. And at the center of it all was Zeus, casting his thunder again and again, driving the storm forward, lighting the sky with every strike. There was no stopping the battle now. It had reached its full height, and both sides gave everything they had. The war between the old and the new gods, between the Titans and the children of Kronos, had reached the breaking point, and the world held its breath, waiting for the victor to rise from the fire. Then a roar unspeakable rose up from the deep places of the earth and burst into the bright upper air, into the clear, shining ether where the gods looked down, and the blinding light of the thunderstone and the blazing lightning flashed without rest, striking the eyes of all who saw, so that even those with the greatest strength and the boldest hearts were stunned and could no longer see clearly. The glare was so fierce, so sharp and fierce in its flashing, that vision failed, and it seemed as though nothing in the world could stand before that blinding storm. The heat that followed the lightning was terrible beyond words, and it seized the very air, the deep chaos itself, the space between all things, and filled it with burning, pressing waves of heat. To stand in that place, to see and to hear, was to feel that earth and wide heaven were no longer apart, but had rushed together in a single, crashing moment. The sounds that echoed across the world were as if Earth herself, the firm and ancient Gaia, were being hurled to destruction, and the great dome of heaven, Ouranos, was falling down upon her with all his weight from above. The crash and the roar of their meeting was the sound of destruction, the sound of final ruin, and it filled every corner of the world with its fury. The sky trembled and the land shook, and the meeting of the gods in their great strife filled the heavens and the depths with noise and force and fire. And with this terrible meeting came the winds, wild and untamed, who blew with the power of storms. They brought with them the sound of rumbling earthquakes, great shaking from beneath the earth, and stirred up clouds of dust that whirled across the battlefield. They carried with them the loud crack of thunder, the jagged strike of lightning, and the blazing fire of Zeus's thunderbolts, those bright and terrible shafts of the sky. These winds bore the screams, the clangor, the war cries of the gods deep into the center of the conflict, into the very heart of the struggle, where both sides fought with all their might. The sky above and the earth below were filled with an uproar of dreadful battle, a sound like no other, the cry of divine war that tore through the world. It was the roar of power unleashed, of ancient strength brought fully into the light. Mighty deeds were done on that battlefield, and the fate of the world balanced on the edge of every blow. The battle had begun to turn, the long war that had raged without pause now leaning toward its end. But even now, for all the crashing noise and the blazing light and the shaking of the heavens, still the gods fought on, without rest and without mercy, locked in cruel war that tested the limits of all who stood within it. And among those who fought in the front lines, where the fury of the war burned hottest, were Kotos and Briareos and Gaias, the 300-handed ones, the mighty sons of Gaia and Ouranos, who could never be sated by the hunger for war. They raised fierce battle, their many arms moving faster than thought, and from those arms they hurled stone after stone, 300 mighty rocks in a single rain, flung one upon another, each as large as a mountain, with force so great that the sky itself seemed to tremble beneath their weight. Their strength was beyond imagining, and their rage burned with the fury of those who had long suffered in darkness and now struck freely in the light. The stones they hurled did not miss their mark. The Titans, though proud and strong and full of power, could not stand against such force. One by one, the rocks struck them down, burying them beneath the wide-pathed earth, pressing them under the weight of the world itself. And when they had fallen, when their strength was broken, and they lay beneath the ruin of battle, the Hecatoncheires bound them fast with cruel and bitter chains, made strong by the will of Zeus and by the power of their many hands. For all their pride and for all their power, the Titans were overcome, not by trickery, but by strength, by the relentless might of those they had once cast down. They were bound and cast far, far beneath the surface of the earth, down to the shadowy place called Tartaros, deeper than any mortal could imagine, beneath the roots of the mountains and the floor of the sea, where the world ends and darkness begins. There in that dim and misty place, the Titan gods were hidden away by the plan and counsel of Zeus, the cloud gatherer and king of all. In that cold and heavy gloom, in a place wet with the breath of the deep earth. They lay, imprisoned beyond the reach of light. Around them, at the very ends of the vast earth, was raised a wall of bronze, unbroken and unbending, placed there by the hand of Poseidon, lord of the sea, and through this wall no one could pass. At its gates, also of bronze, stood guards who never slept nor faltered. Gaias, Kotos, and great-hearted Briareos, the same mighty ones who had defeated the Titans, were now their warders, chosen by Zeus himself, the one who bears the aegis, the one who holds thunder in his grasp. These three stood watch over their ancient enemies, making sure they would never rise again, never trouble the earth or sky with their power. There they remained, hidden from the world of light, cast down into the depths, not by hatred alone, but by the force of justice, and by the rule that the new gods had brought to the world. And so, when the storm of battle had passed, and the war cries had faded from the sky, when the thunder ceased its rolling, and the earth quieted beneath the weight of peace, Zeus stood as the one who had driven the Titans from their thrones. His strength had prevailed, not only by his thunder and flame, but by the bonds he had forged with those who had once been forgotten, by the unity of all the gods who had risen against the old order. The long war, filled with flame and stone and endless sound, had finally reached its end, and the world itself held still for a moment, breathing in silence what had once been chaos. When the long and terrible war between the gods and the Titans finally came to its end, when the blessed and deathless gods had finished their great and painful labor, and had settled the battle for honor and power by force, casting down the mighty Titans who once ruled from the heights of Othrys, the wide earth, Gaia once more stirred with new purpose. The gods, having fought together in endless war, now turned to far-seeing Zeus, the Olympian, the son of Kronos, and pressed him to take up rule over all, to be king and to guide them from the heights of Olympus. It was Gaia herself, the deep-bosomed earth who bore all things, who urged this choice, whose voice reached even into the councils of the gods. By her prompting, Zeus was given the scepter, and he did not refuse. And so he became the one who divided the privileges and honors among all the gods who had stood beside him in the war. The order of the world was remade by his hand, and from that moment forward, each of the gods held a place, not by birth alone, but by the justice of his decree. And among those who received her due was Hecate, honored above many, daughter of Asteria and Perses. For she, though of Titan blood, had not stood against the Olympians, and Zeus, son of Kronos, did her no wrong. He took nothing away from her that had once been hers. All that she had held under the ancient rule of the Titans remained hers still under the new rule of Olympus. She kept her power in all realms, beneath the sky, across the earth, and within the deep sea, as it had been from the beginning. No one questioned her place, for her power was old and untouched by the ruin of her kin. But though the Titans were bound in Tartaros, and Zeus had taken his seat in the sky, the struggle was not yet truly over. Peace had not fully settled across the earth, for from Gaia once more came a force of terror. From the wide belly of earth, driven by wrath and by the pain of her defeated children, she bore a new monster, the last and greatest of all the enemies of the gods, a creature not born of desire or love, but of vengeance and rage, a terrible son shaped for destruction. From heaven itself he came, for Gaia bore the monstrous giant Typhoeus to rise against Zeus, and with him came a storm of power never seen before. Typhoeus was no ordinary being. His form was too great for mortal eyes to take in, and his limbs were strong enough to shake the mountains, His head touched the stars, and from his eyes shot fire that burned the sky. He was the last trial for Zeus, the final challenge to the rule of the Olympians, the echo of the old war rising again in new shape. His coming was a second storm, a new shaking of heaven and earth. From the deep he came, and the sky groaned at his birth. His voice was louder than thunder, and his strength caused the stars to tremble. The gods who had thought their struggle done were once again called to face a threat that could tear apart the world. But even in the face of Typhoeus, Zeus did not turn away. The ruler of Olympus rose once more with thunder in his hand, and the earth burned beneath his bolts. The war of the Titans had ended in chains, but now the war of monsters began, and the battle cries of heaven sounded again across the sky. Gaia, who had borne the Titans and the hundred-handed ones and the Cyclopes, now gave birth to a new terror to challenge her own grandson. But Zeus, who had divided the world and honored even those of Titan blood who stood with him, would not yield his throne. From Olympus he struck with fire and storm, shaking the pillars of the world, and the echo of his fury could be heard even in the depths where the Titans lay chained. The heavens flamed, and the sea boiled, and the ground cracked beneath the force of their clash. From the old songs, from the lines of poets long gone, like Eumelus or Arctinus, there comes the memory of that war, though the words are mostly lost. From the epic cycle, in fragments scattered like dust through time, we hear of the beginning, of how all began with the union of heaven and earth, Uranos and Gaia, and from them were born the 300-handed ones, the Hecatoncheires, and the 3 Cyclopes, beings of thunder and strength. And from another lost verse it is told that Aegaeon, who was also called Briareos, one of the 100-handed, was born of Gaia and Pontos, the sea, and that he once lived in the waters and gave his strength to the Titans, standing with them as an ally in the old war. These pieces, though broken, speak of a time when the world was still raw, when the gods were not yet settled in their places, and when power was taken by fire and force. In that time the world was not quiet. One war followed another. No sooner had the chains of the Titans been forged and set than the earth brought forth new challenge. Typhoeus rose like a second storm, and all that had been won now hung in danger once again. But Zeus, holding the thunder and crowned by the sky, stood firm. He had divided the world, yes, but not by accident. He had given each god their part by wisdom and by right. He had taken nothing from those who had stood with him. He had honored Hecate, who had kept her power in all the worlds. He had heard the voice of Gaia and followed her guidance when she called him to rule. But when Gaia, in her sorrow and anger, sent Typhoeus as vengeance for the fate of the Titans, Zeus met him not with fear but with lightning. And so the sky burned once again, and the heavens rang with the sound of war. The sea trembled, the winds cried out, and the world watched as the last child of earth and heaven rose against the king of the gods. The old songs may be lost, but their breath lingers in the flame of the thunderbolt and the silence that came after. For when Typhoeus fell, the last great threat to Olympus was gone, and the world could begin to rest. Zeus reigned, not because he took the throne, but because it was given, because his strength had made him worthy, because the earth and the sky had seen his justice, and because the gods, born of war, had chosen him as the one to hold the balance of all things. In the old and fading lines of the Titanomachia, the lost song once sung by Eumelos, there was a moment of strange stillness and power, when amid the rising clash of war and the thunder of battle between the old gods and the new, between the children of the sky and those who would take their place, it is said that Zeus, the father of gods and men, danced. In the heart of the storm, surrounded by divine forces in arms, he moved with rhythm and strength, and Eumelos tells of this sacred act, how Zeus, in the center of them all, danced. A war dance it may have been, fierce and full of purpose, a movement that stirred the hearts of the gods around him, awakening their will and filling their limbs with courage. This moment, simple yet strange, was not play, but preparation. Not joy, but the rhythm of battle itself. For the dance of Zeus in the midst of the divine army was not the dance of peace, but the step of the storm. The motion that signaled the rising of power against the old reign of Kronos and his brothers. And as he moved, lifting his arms to the wide sky, his feet striking the earth like the beat of thunder, the heavens watched, and even the earth held still to listen. And from another time, from the mouth of the poet Anacreon, the tale came that when Zeus first began his great war against the Titans, when the fire of rebellion was just lighting in the eyes of the Olympian host, he made sacrifice to his grandfather Ouranos, the sky itself, the first god of all. It was a solemn rite, a calling to the heavens, and as he raised his prayer to the Father of all the heavens, a sign appeared. High above, circling in the clean air, came an eagle, proud and wide-winged, flying close in a great curve. It was not chance, but omen. Zeus saw it, and in his heart he knew it was a sign of favor, a promise of victory carried on feathers, as if Ouranos himself had answered. The eagle flew strong and unshaken, and Zeus took it as a mark of power and of fate. And after victory was indeed won, after the Titans had fallen and the sky no longer thundered with their war cries, he remembered the eagle and what it had meant. As a symbol of that moment, of that promise fulfilled, he took the form of the eagle and set it upon his banners, making it the golden emblem of his war, a guardian and a sign of the strength that had guided him. The eagle became the symbol of his rule, his protector, and the memory of the day when heaven itself gave him the answer. Yet this war, this long battle for the rule of gods, was not born only of might. As told in the heavy lines of Aeschylus, it was born of division, of loyalty split among the gods, when the heavenly powers, the daimones of the early world, were first moved to wrath and turned their faces from one another. The world itself seemed to shake. Some rose with hope that Kronos, the son of earth and sky, who had taken the throne of his own father, would be cast down just as he had done before. These stood for Zeus, for the sun who would rise higher still. Others held firm with Kronos, determined that Zeus, though powerful, would not sit on the throne of the gods, and that the old order would stand untouched. So it was that strife tore through the sky, and all heaven rang with the clash of their choosing. It was a division not of mortals, but of gods, and with every choice, with every voice that declared its allegiance, the air thickened with the weight of war. Among those who might have shifted the tide was Prometheus, the Titan who knew the ways of thought and foresight, who saw not only what was, but what would be. He tried, he says, to guide his brothers, to counsel them in wisdom, to show them that brute strength and blind rage would not win the war. But they, children of Ouranos and the dark earth Chthon, turned away from him. They would not listen to his clever words. They believed that their power alone, the weight of their limbs and the force of their blows, would bring them victory. They chose strength over cunning, and that choice sealed their doom. Prometheus, wise among the old gods, had been told long ago by his mother, Themis, or Gaia, for they were one though many named, that the future could not be won through violence alone. She had spoken of fate, of the thread that wound through all things, and how the one who would rise to rule would do so not by the loudest cry or the hardest fist, but by guile, by patience, by knowing the right time to strike. Her voice had warned that Zeus would prevail, not because his arms were stronger than those of the Titans, but because he would choose the better path, the wiser course, and the gods who stood with him would understand that rule must be built not only on power, but on justice and order. This fate had been whispered in the darkness before war began, but the Titans, proud and unmoved, could not hear it. They fell, not just because of the thunderbolts and the might of the Hecatoncheires, but because they refused to see that the world was changing. And so the war came, as told in fragments, in fading songs, in half-remembered lines. It came with thunder and fire, with the shaking of earth and the flashing of sky. It came with the dance of Zeus in the heart of the storm, with the flight of the eagle in the clear air, with the division of gods and the silence of the wise. It came with sacrifices and omens, with pride and blindness, with voices raised and fates ignored. It came with the fall of Kronos and the rise of Zeus, and with it came the memory of what was and the shape of what would be. The war of the gods was more than a clash of power. It was the turning of the world. And when it ended, when Zeus stood crowned and the old ones lay beneath the earth in Tartaros, the dance still echoed, the eagle still flew, and the voice of Gaia still whispered in the roots of all things. The story was not lost. It lived on in the stones, in the winds, in the stars. And the gods who ruled from Olympus remembered the time when heaven itself had been torn in two. And though I spoke clearly and warned them, though I laid out everything before them, the truth, the path that would bring victory, they did not listen. The Titanes, born of ancient earth and old heaven, full of pride and strength, chose to ignore my words. I, Prometheus, saw what would come, saw that victory would not belong to those who relied only on brute force. I saw that the one who would rule must not only be strong, but wise and guided by purpose. Though I reasoned with them and explained what fate had in store, they refused to hear me. They trusted in their raw power and ancient dominance, believing it enough to overcome the challenge from Zeus and those who followed him. But I knew it was not enough. And so, standing beside my mother, Themis, who is also Gaia in another name, I chose a different path. I joined Zeus willingly, not through fear, but through understanding. I saw that his rule was fated, that he would rise and establish order after the chaos of the old gods, and I gave my counsel freely. Because of that counsel, Kronos, the old king, the one who had swallowed his children and ruled through fear and force, was cast down. The deep darkness of Tartaros, a place as far below the earth as heaven is above it, now holds him and those who stood with him. They are hidden in its black depths, sealed away by power and fate. And when Zeus took his father's throne and sat where Kronos once ruled, he did not keep the power to himself. He gave to each god their place and their strength. He divided the cosmos, handing out privileges and roles according to what was right, making sure each one had their part. He brought order to what had been a world of violence and fear. And when Zeus had grown strong, no longer hidden in the care of Rhea or sheltered in secret, he joined with Métis, daughter of Oceanus, goddess of wise counsel. She helped him in the struggle against Kronos, using not just strength, but skill. It was Métis who gave Kronos a potion, a drug of divine craft, and when he drank it, it broke the binding within him. He had swallowed his children in fear, swallowing stone and flesh alike, hoping to prevent his fate. But the drug forced him to release them. First, he coughed up the stone, the one he had swallowed thinking it was Zeus. Then, one by one, the children he had taken, Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera, came forth again into the light. With his brothers and sisters now freed, Zeus began the war in earnest against Kronos and the Titanes. The battle raged for 10 full years, a war of gods shaking the heavens, where mountain clashed with mountain and fire met stone. But after a decade of endless struggle, the deep earth, Gaia herself, spoke a prophecy. She told of a way to end the war, a way to bring victory to Zeus. Her voice echoed through the world, saying that if Zeus would reach down to Tartaros and free those who had been imprisoned long ago, the Cyclopes with their single blazing eyes, and the Hecatoncheires, the 100-handed ones of vast power, then the war would turn in his favor. For these were the children of Gaia and Ouranos, buried beneath the world not because of war, but because of fear, bound in darkness for their terrible strength. Zeus listened to the prophecy. He went into the deep and slew their guardian Campa, a great and monstrous jailer who held them with her terrible form and many shapes. When she fell, the chains were broken. Zeus freed the prisoners, brought them back into the world, and they, in gratitude, gave him gifts of power. The Cyclopes forged for him the weapons of the storm, thunder, lightning, and the great thunderbolt that splits the sky. To Hades they gave a helmet that made him invisible in the dark, and to Poseidon they gave the trident, the 3-pronged spear that would shake the seas and break the earth. With these weapons, the 3 sons of Kronos, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, stood side by side. Their strength renewed and their power complete, they faced the Titanes again. The earth shook with every step, and the sky burned with fire. Stone flew through the air, and the wind carried the cries of gods and monsters alike. The thunderbolt of Zeus lit the world with every strike. The sea roared under the lash of Poseidon's trident, and Hades moved unseen, his helm hiding him in the smoke and ash of battle. The Titanans, mighty though they were, could not withstand them. One by one, they were struck down, and the old world began to crumble. When the war was done, when silence fell over the battlefield, Zeus did not leave things undone. He cast the defeated Titans into Tartaros, bound them in chains as heavy as the sky, and placed guards over them. The Hecatoncheires, who once had been bound themselves, now stood watch over the very gods who had once ruled. And then the 3 brothers turned to the world they had won. It could not be ruled by one alone. Together they drew lots to divide all things. Chance, not desire, set the boundaries of their rule, and by fate's drawing, Zeus became king of the sky, lord of all that lies above the earth, the heavens and clouds and stars. Poseidon took the sea, the vast and shifting waters, the waves and the storms that roll upon them, and Hades received the underworld, the realm of the dead, deep beneath the surface, where shadows dwell and spirits wander. Each took his place not with envy, but with justice, for the world needed balance, and each domain had its master. Now the rule of the new gods was secure, but the work was not done, for the old anger still stirred, and earth still felt the pain of her fallen children. And in the silence that followed the war, as Zeus sat upon the throne of the sky and looked down upon the world he had helped shape, there still rose from time to time the echo of thunder, the reminder of all that had come before. The deep cavern of Tartaros held the cries of the ancient ones, the Titanes, who once believed the world belonged to them forever. They lay there now in silence, guarded by the hands that once hurled mountains, watched by the 100-handed ones whose strength had changed the fate of heaven. And so the age of the Olympians began, born not in peace but in fire and battle, shaped not by words alone but by struggle, guided by wisdom and sealed with lightning. And Zeus, who had once been swallowed, who had danced in the storm and seen eagles fly, now ruled with a hand firm and steady, knowing that power was not given lightly, and that every throne must be won, not once but again and again, through justice, strength, and faith. In the ancient songs and stories passed down through the ages, it is told that after the great war between the gods and the Titans, new forces of power and chaos were born from the very earth itself. For Ge, the deep-bosomed earth, gave birth to the Gigantes, the giants, mighty and terrible children, with Ouranos, the high sky, as their father. These giants rose up in the time when Kronos, son of Ouranos, ruled the Titanes on Olympus, a time long before Zeus had come into his power, when Zeus was still but a child hidden away in the dark, protected in his Dictyon cave, nursing childish thoughts and dreams, before the mighty earthborn Cyclopes, the single-eyed forgers of thunder, had given him the great armaments that would make him ruler, the thunderbolt, the lightning, and the powerful bolt that became the glorious weapon of the sky. There was a time when the world was ruled by others. Orpheus sang of how the first rulers were Ophion and Eurynome, daughter of Oceanus, who governed the world from snow-covered Olympus. But they were forcibly removed, Ophion supplanted by Kronos, and Eurynome by Rhea, cast down into the deep waters of Oceanus, swept away by the coming of the Titans, the happy gods who rose to power while Zeus still lay hidden and young. Some say that Ophion and Eurynome were other forms of the great first parents, perhaps Ouranos and Gaia themselves, or Oceanus and Tethys, names changing as the world's stories were told and retold through time. These earliest rulers faded like shadows as the new order was born, and with it came the rise of Kronos and the Titans, the Oroneidas, children of Ouranos, to whom Zeus would later become the dealer of justice. After the terrible battles were done, the gods came together in a place called Mekone, or Mekone, the seat of the blessed, where the gods first cast lots and divided honors among themselves after the war with the giants, who were kin to the Titans and had brought destruction and strife to the world. This moment was sacred and solemn, for it was here that the gods laid down the foundations of their rule, deciding who would hold what place in the cosmos, apportioning power and privilege in a way that balanced the strength and wisdom among them. Mekone was not just a place but a turning point in the story of the gods, the point where order was born from chaos, where the bloodied fields of battle became the ground upon which the new reign was built. It was said that Zeus himself, known as Termeos in some ancient tales, made the dark, black stream of the Styx the sacred seat of oath-swearing for the immortals, binding the gods with promises that held the power of the universe together. The river Styx, flowing through the underworld and between worlds, was the sacred place where the gods sealed their promises and set the laws of their rule. To break an oath sworn by the Styx was to invite the wrath of the heavens and the fury of Zeus himself, for these promises were more than words. They were the fabric that held the divine order intact. In these early times, the heavens shook with the struggle between old and new, with battles that rolled like thunder across the sky and crashed like waves upon the earth. The stories tell us of the rise and fall of the Titans, the fall of Ophion and Eurynome, and the birth of the giants, all born of Earth's rage and sky's power, shaping a world filled with conflict and change. Zeus, once a hidden child, grew into his power through struggle, guided by wise counsel and the gifts of the Cyclopes and the Hecaton Charis. He took his place as ruler, not through mere strength, but through justice and the distribution of power, making sure that every god had their due. His reign was marked by the setting of oaths and the binding of promises, the casting of lots and the giving of honors, all done to keep the peace after the fires of war had cooled. And though the tales are old and many lines are lost to time, the echoes remain in the stories we tell. The thunderbolt that splits the sky, the river Styx where gods swear their word, the dance of Zeus among the gods, and the sacred place of Mycone where the future was divided and ordered for all time. Before the great battle against the giants and the titans, when the world still trembled under the weight of coming war, Zeus prepared with solemn rites that honored the powers above and below, reaching out to the forces of sun, sky, and earth themselves. It was said that before the fight, he sacrificed a mighty bull to Helios, the radiant sun who lights the day, to Uranos, the vast heaven stretching overhead, and to Ga, the deep and enduring earth beneath all things. These sacred sacrifices were not just offerings, but messages sent upward and downward, prayers seeking guidance and favor from the divine powers that shaped the fate of gods and men alike. As the smoke rose from the altars, so too did omens unfold, signs revealed to Zeus about the will of the gods concerning the war's outcome, whispers of victory for those who fought for order and justice, and warnings of betrayal among the ranks of their foes. It was through these signs that Zeus learned that some of the Titans, once mighty enemies, would change their hearts and defect, joining his side in the great struggle. Among them was Musaios, who abandoned the enemy and was honored for his loyalty to Zeus, while those who stood against the new king were struck down by the wrath and power of the gods who followed him. This story, told by Diodorus, reveals a war not just of armies, but of shifting alliances and divine will, where even the mightiest could choose their path and change the course of fate. The battle was fierce and chaotic, shaking the foundations of the world. It was said that the Corybantes, wild and armed ministers said to have come from distant lands such as Bactriana, or even the mysterious Colchians, were given by the Titans themselves to serve Rhea, mother of the gods. These fierce warriors, clad in armor and armed for battle, stood by her side, adding their own fierce energy to the clash between old and new. The struggle was not only between gods, but among all forces that moved in the world, and the roles of these shadowy figures led to the wild and terrible energy of the war. In the great epic recounting the fall of Troy, the war of the Titans and giants is painted in vivid, fiery colors, showing Zeus in his terrible wrath as he takes his place on the throne set high upon the dome of heaven, throned above all. Around him, the immortals, the gods and divine beings, battle fiercely against the Titans, enemies once mighty and now cast as foes of the new order. The sky is filled with thunderbolts, thick and fast as snowflakes, pouring from Zeus's hand like flames and death. The giants burn with fierce fire, seeming to breathe flames that light up the battlefield as Zeus's power rouses in full strength. In this telling, the wars of Titans and giants merge into a single, overwhelming storm of fury and power, where the old world's chaos is met with the new order's wrath. The battle is immense, a clash that shakes heaven and earth alike, and Zeus's might is shown as unstoppable, raining down destruction on the enemies of the gods he now leads. This epic vision captures the horror and the glory of the cosmic war, where fire and thunder, earth and sky collide in a final struggle that decides the fate of all creation. These stories, though told in different ways and from different voices, come together in the great tapestry of myth, showing the rise of Zeus as a king who stands not only against the ancient titans and giants, but who brings with him new forces and new order. His sacrifices to the great powers of sun, sky, and earth, the turning of enemies into allies, and the burning fury unleashed in battle all speak of a time when the cosmos was reshaped and the rule of the Olympian gods was established in fire and thunder. The war was not a simple fight, but a turning of ages, where loyalty, fate, and divine power intertwined to bring a new dawn to the heavens and the earth below. Zeus stood as the mighty force who wielded fire from the heavens itself. Against the proud and angry Titanes, he poured down flames that rained like burning rain from the sky, lighting the world in terrible heat and fury. The earth beneath burned fiercely, the very ground crackling and smoking under the blaze, while the great flood of Oceanus, the endless river that circles the world, boiled and churned from its deepest depths. Mighty rivers, those long-flowing veins of the earth, were dried up by this fierce heat, and with their waters gone, all creatures who lived in the rivers and the boundless seas were lost. Life itself seemed to vanish, as smoke and ashes veiled the air and earth fainted under the fierce and unrelenting fire. This was a war not just fought by gods with thunderbolts and swords, but a cataclysm that touched all of creation, earth, sea, and sky, leaving nothing untouched by the fury of Zeus's might. The ancient tales also tell us of a strange and sorrowful story tied to this great war. On the island of Crete, there is said to be a tomb known as that of Zeus, but this tomb is not truly his. It is said to be the tomb of Olympus of Crete, the one who took in the young Zeus, the son of Kronos, and raised him, teaching him the secret knowledge of the divine. Yet, when the time of war came, Zeus turned against his foster parent. Olympus, once a protector and guide, had pushed the Gigantes, or Titans, to rise and attack Zeus. Filled with rage, Zeus struck down the one who had raised him, a terrible act that filled his heart with sorrow. Unable to calm the grief within, Zeus gave his own name to the tomb of his victim, a mark of remorse and a reminder that even the greatest gods suffer loss and regret in times of war. This story reveals the complicated bonds among gods and titans, where loyalty and betrayal intertwine, and even the mightiest suffer the weight of their actions. In the great struggle between gods and titans, there were also figures like Arc, the daughter of Thaumas and sister to Iris, the rainbow. Both were winged messengers, swift and shining, but Arc's fate was darker. During the battle, she turned her back on the gods and flew away from their camp, joining the Titanes as their messenger. This act of betrayal was not forgotten. After the gods' victory, Zeus punished Arc severely. He took away her wings, the symbol of her freedom and power, and cast her down into the deep darkness of Tartaros, the grim prison beneath the earth where the defeated Titans were bound. This act marked the seriousness of betrayal among the divine, and the punishment was a warning that even those born of the gods could fall from favor if they turned against the order of Olympus. In the songs that celebrate the victory of Zeus, he is called the leader of the dance that slew the giants, the terrible children of earth who rose up against the gods. The earth, known as Chthon or Gaia, long ago gave birth to many sons and daughters, some of whom rose in rebellion against the new order. One such son was Azios, a powerful figure born of the earth's deep strength. And like the other giants and titans, he was part of the ancient forces that sought to challenge Zeus's reign. But it was in the dance of battle that Zeus led the gods, commanding the storm and fire, moving with a power that slew the giants and secured his place as king. This dance was more than mere movement. It was a symbol of control over chaos, the ordering of the wild forces of nature and myth into a new harmony under Zeus's rule. The stories remind us that the victory was not just won by might, but by the divine rhythms and rites that shaped the cosmos and gave the gods their authority. Thus, the great wars between the Titans, giants, and Olympian gods were not only battles of strength, but also struggles of loyalty, fate, and divine justice. Zeus's fire rained down with devastating power, scorching the earth and sea, drying mighty rivers and extinguishing life where the flames passed. His sorrow over the death of his foster parent, the fall of Ark for her betrayal, and the mighty dance that brought victory all paint a picture of a world in turmoil and transformation. These ancient tales tell of a cosmos shaped by struggle, where the forces of chaos were met and ordered by the new gods, and where power was won through both fury and sorrow, victory and loss. In the end, Zeus's reign was secured not only through the destruction of his enemies, but through the wisdom and justice he brought, binding the world with oaths and laws, and setting the stage for the age of Olympus that would rule over gods and men alike. In the midst of the mighty battles that raged between the Titans and the Olympian gods, there was born a figure named Zeus, a giant who grew to manhood amid the fierce struggles that shaped the cosmos. This gigas Zeus met a nymph with the tender intent of love, and from their union came forth Lycaon, who would become the grandfather of King Lycaon of Arcadia, linking these ancient wars of gods to the mortal lineages of men. The figure of Zeus thus anchors the tales of the Titan War within the deep history of Arcadia, fixing these cosmic events within the world of men and the stories of their ancestors. The wars of Titans and giants, often told as one great conflict, intertwine here, the Gigantomachia and the Titanomachia becoming synonymous in the telling, as they mark the mighty struggle for the rule of the world, a struggle that left lasting marks in both heaven and earth. The ancient tales tell us that the Titans, encouraged perhaps by the giants, rose against Zeus, seeking to drive him from his throne and restore the kingdom to Saturn, known also as Kronos. In their pride and fury, they sought to ascend to heaven itself, to reclaim the power that had been taken from them. But Zeus, armed with the strength of his allies, the wisdom of Minerva, Athene, the skill of Apollo, and the swift fury of Diana, Artemis, met them head-on. Together, they cast the Titans down, hurling them headlong into Tartarus, the deep, dark prison beneath the earth, where they would be bound and kept from rising again. To their leader, Atlas, Zeus gave a terrible punishment, placing upon his shoulders the great vault of the sky itself, a burden that endures even now, as Atlas holds up the heavens, a living monument to the defeat of the Titans and the price of rebellion against the new order. Among these ancient stories is also the tale of Aex, called the Goat, said to be the daughter of Helios, the sun. Though she was known for surpassing many in beauty of body, her face was dreadful to behold, a terrifying mask that struck fear into all who saw it. This fear moved the Titans to beseech Terra, or Gaia, the earth. To hide Aex's terrible form away, Gaia answered their prayers by hiding her in a secret cave on the island of Crete, protecting her from the eyes of the world. But this hidden figure was not forgotten, for she later became the nurse of Zeus himself. It is said that from her skin was made the mighty Aegis, the shield that would become a symbol of Zeus's power and protection, a divine armor born from fear and hidden beauty, a reminder that even those cast away could serve the gods in their time. Zeus's story is also tied to the island of Naxos, where some say he was secretly taken as a child and nourished in hiding, away from the eyes of his enemies. It was there, when he had grown into a man and prepared to wage war against the Titans, that he performed a sacred sacrifice. As he offered his prayers, an eagle appeared nearby, flying across the sky. Taking this as a favorable omen, Zeus saw in the eagle a sign of victory and strength. And in honor of this divine messenger, he placed it among the stars, setting the image of the golden eagle in the heavens as a symbol of his power and the favor of the gods. This eagle would fly as a protector and emblem of Zeus's courage in battle, a shining sign of hope and triumph for the gods and mortals alike. Among the stars also lies the altar where the gods are thought to have made their sacred offerings, a place symbolizing the pacts and rites that bound them together. This altar marks the divine agreements and sacred moments when the gods sealed their fates and roles in the New World Order, a constant reminder of the power of ritual and the sacred bonds that hold the cosmos in balance. Through these rituals, Zeus and the other gods maintained the harmony of the heavens and earth, ensuring that the chaos of the past would not return to overthrow the rule of Olympus. Thus, in the great stories of the Titanomachia and the Gigantomachia, the world is filled with figures of power, rebellion, sorrow, and triumph. Giants and titans alike challenged the reign of Zeus, driven by pride and the desire to reclaim lost glory. But they were met with the combined strength and wisdom of the Olympian gods. From secret caves on Crete to the shining stars above, the tales weave a rich tapestry of divine conflict and victory, showing how Zeus rose from hidden child to mighty ruler, shaping the heavens and earth with his thunderbolt and his justice. These ancient myths remind us that the struggles for power and order are eternal, played out on the grandest stages of heaven and earth, and that even the fiercest battles are part of a larger story of fate, loyalty, and the shaping of the world as we know it. In the great saga of the gods and their mighty wars, one crucial act stood as the foundation of all divine conflict and sacred order. Before the gods began to oppose the Titanes, they first made solemn offerings and formed an alliance through sacred rites, a pact that held their forces together in the struggle ahead. The Cyclops, the mighty one-eyed craftsmen, were the ones who made these holy observances, shaping the customs that men would later imitate. Because of their example, mortals established the tradition that before undertaking any great task, they should first perform sacrifices to honor the gods and seek their favor, binding the human and divine worlds through this ancient and solemn act. This custom, born of the struggles among gods, ensured that no venture, whether of men or gods, began without respect to the sacred forces that govern fate and power. But the wars between gods and titans were not only battles of strength. They were accompanied by the rise of strange and terrible monsters born from the earth itself. When Saturnus, known to the Greeks as Kronos, was cast down from his throne by his son Jupiter, or Zeus as the Greeks called him, he stirred the mighty Titans to rise up once more. In his anger, he sought the help fate had promised him, calling upon allies born of the earth's fierce power. Among these allies was a monstrous creature unlike any other, a bull whose back half was a serpent, a terrifying being born from Mother Terra herself, Gaia. This beast roared fiercely, striking fear even among the gods. But the mighty Styx, who was allied with Zeus, came to guard against this menace. Warned by the three Parcae, the fates who weave the destiny of all, Styx imprisoned the monster in a dark grove surrounded by a triple wall, sealing away the terrible power it held. Legend said that whoever could feed the bull's innards to the consuming flames was destined to defeat the eternal gods and change the fate of the cosmos forever. In the thick of this cosmic struggle, the mighty Briareus, sometimes called Aegaeon, stood firm as an ally of Kronos. He wielded an unbreakable adamantine axe and struck down the monstrous bull, preparing to feed its fiery innards to the flames, which would have assured the victory of the Titans over the Olympians. But Zeus, ever watchful and wise, commanded the birds of the sky to seize those innards and prevent this doom. The kite, swift and cunning, flew up to the stars, carrying this vital prize away from the Titan's grasp, thus tipping the scales back in favor of Zeus and his allies. This tale of monstrous beasts and celestial birds reminds us of the cosmic chess played among gods, monsters, and fate itself, where every move could mean victory or ruin, and where the forces of destruction were constantly held in check by divine intervention. Yet even among the stories of gods battling titans and giants, not all voices praised these myths as sacred truth. The Roman philosopher Seneca, in his tragedy Hercules Furens, called such tales foolish and unworthy, arguing that to believe gods actually fought wars like men was to misunderstand their true divine nature. To him, these stories were allegories or myths rather than literal accounts of divine behavior. But for those who lived in the world of ancient myth, these wars were the great foundation of all order and the root of all justice, explaining why the gods ruled as they did, why the world was the way it was, and why the forces of chaos were held at bay. In the long shadow of these conflicts, even the Titans, who dared to invade the majesty of Zeus, were at times called to be freed, as the epic poet Nonnus tells in his Dionysiaca. Here the old struggles echo again, reminding us that the battle between order and chaos, between old gods and new, never truly ends, but changes shape through the ages. As the fearsome monster Typhoeus approached the heavens, Zeus himself spoke, fearing that his mighty Aegis, his storm cloud shield, might be no match against the thunderbolt of Typhon. He feared that the old Kronos might mock his efforts, laughing aloud at the struggle for power that seemed endless. This moment shows that even the greatest of gods face fear and doubt, wrestling with the limits of their own strength and the fate that awaits them. Thus, from solemn rites to monstrous beasts, from divine alliances to the roar of battle, the myths weave a rich tapestry of cosmic conflict and sacred tradition. The gods' wars against the Titans shaped not only the heavens and the earth, but also the customs and beliefs of men who learned to honor the divine with sacrifice and respect. The stories remind us of the fragile balance between power and fate, strength and wisdom, victory and loss. In this endless dance of gods and monsters, the world finds its shape, and the ancient voices echo still, telling of a time when the heavens trembled and the earth shook, and from that chaos, a new order was born under the rule of Zeus, the king of gods and men. Zeus did not ascend to his throne in the heavens without great struggle and hardship, for before he could reign as sovereign of the stars, he first had to bind and imprison those who threatened the safety and order of Olympus, the powerful Titanes, who were cast deep into the dark pit of Tartarus, far beneath the earth. From his youth, Zeus was engaged in fierce battles, for even as a boy, he fought mightily against the earth-born Titans, those ancient gods who had ruled before him and who now sought to regain their power. Among the fierce combatants was Ares, the god of war himself, who bore the death-dealing spear designed to destroy the Titans, standing as the champion of his father Zeus, wielding his shield forever soaked with the blood of enemies and proudly raising his neck high in the heavens as a sign of his unyielding strength. Alongside him, the valiant Pallas Athena defended the gates of Olympus, with her mighty Aegis, the goatskin shield given to her by her father Zeus, scattering the stormy assaults of the Titans and honoring the great work and wisdom born from her father's mighty head. Through the stirring songs of ancient poets, one can hear the story of how the older Titans, once mighty and armed against Olympus, were overcome by the powerful Zeus, who cast down broad-bearded Kronos, the great Titan king, with his thunderbolt and sealed him forever in Tartarus, rendering useless the watery weapons of the storm that the Titans wielded in vain against the new order of gods. In these fierce conflicts, even Pan, the rustic god of wild nature, once aided in defending the sacred and inviolable scepter of Zeus, standing firm against the Titan forces and their relentless attacks. The courage and fearless hearts of the gods were well known, as Athena reminded Dionysus that their common father Zeus feared no battle. Even when the mighty Titan gods gathered their arms and marched against Olympus to reclaim the rule that was once theirs. During other battles, such as the Indian War of Dionysos, when gods sometimes took opposite sides, Hermes addressed his comrades, reminding Poseidon and Apollo that as brothers and sons of Zeus, they too were part of this great cosmic struggle, with loyalties tied to their father's destiny and the fate of the divine realms. Thus, the tales recount how the Titans, ancient and proud, challenged the new rulers of Olympus, but were met with the full might of Zeus and his loyal allies. Gods who fought not just with weapons, but with courage and divine power, securing the heavens and the earth for the Olympian order that followed. This eternal contest between old and new, between the Titans and the Olympians, shaped the cosmos and set the rules by which gods and men would live, a testament to the strength and wisdom required to seize and hold the throne of heaven. In the great halls of Olympus, where the immortal gods hold their eternal council, a solemn plea resounded, calling upon the mighty archers and warriors of the divine to lay down their weapons, the bow, the brand, and the pronged trident, lest the Titans, those ancient and proud giants of old, laugh upon seeing yet another battle raging among the gods themselves. The speaker urged that there be no fresh conflict, no intestine war among the immortals, recalling the terrible strife of the past, the great war with Kronos, which had threatened to tear apart the very foundations of Olympus and the heavens above. It was a war that had shaken the world to its core and left deep scars on the divine realm. A conflict so fierce that even the mighty Iapetos had been caught in its shadow, causing anguish and fierce rivalry among the godly hosts. The prayer was a desperate wish that the gods would avoid another such war, that peace might reign forever in the celestial realms, and no new battles would rise to threaten the order that Zeus and his kin had established after their victory over the Titans. Yet even as these words echoed through the air, the memory of the ancient Titan bloodlines remained vivid, painted in the minds of gods and men alike through the speaking images of the past. Figures like Kronos himself, the old Titan king who once ruled the cosmos with fear and might, or Phanes, more ancient and primeval still, a force born at the very dawn of creation, and the lineage of the Titan Helios, shining as old as the universe, whose radiant power stretched across the heavens from the earliest days. These figures stood as reminders of the primordial powers that once shaped the world, embodying the ancient strength and wisdom that challenged the newer order. They were specters of a time before Zeus, before the Olympian gods, when the universe was raw, wild, and ruled by forces of great might and mystery, a time when the struggle for power was raw and fierce, shaping the heavens and the earth in its violent wake. Thus, though the gods now ruled in peace and harmony, the echoes of those first cosmic battles, The memory of Titan blood and the mighty deeds of those who once ruled before the Olympians lingered still, a solemn reminder of the power and danger that lies beneath even the brightest sky.